Sì, vuoi... Aspetta che avviso... Sì, 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 test.
Sì, allora...
Prova.
Dovremmo iniziare perché l'assessore deve andare via, quindi iniziamo,
va bene.
iniziamo perché il presidente ha detto che no.
Va bene.
E l'accompagno sopra. E saliamo, c'era. Sabatini mi manca, dov'è? Nei saluti.
Andiamo su, io l'assessore e
Alla Bardi, il sindaco e Sabatini.
Okay, se volete
siamo nati quelli.
Ecco. Scusate. Filippo si sale per i saluti? Io so sempre io. Very sorry, we have to start. Dobbiamo iniziare.
Okay.
E se sale sul podium. So la gelatai. Venga che le faccio strada, che è un percorso...
Dica lei come va meglio. In piedi, seduta, in piedi? Ok. Metto qua la borsa.
Solo quello è acceso? Sì. Se invece volete parlare dal tavolo potete usare qualunque di questi. Attenzione.
Importantissimi fogli. Ok,
Basta schiacciare. Verde funziona.
perfetto.
Pronti. Ok, sì, sì, ma io infatti per quello ve l'avevo detto.
Quindi io ho questa scaletta.
Dopo adesso. Ah, no.
Chiamiamo subito. La Rovis l'ho vista da qualche parte. Ok, però si può partire quindi adesso? Manca a tutti e due mi facciamo partire, certo. Buongiorno, invito.
Good morning. I'd like to ask all participants to have a seat now because we are about to start our event. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here as a moderator on this occasion. This event is crucial, and I really hope that other events will follow. The 14th Congress on Female Entrepreneurship in the Adriatic-Ionian area is a relevant theme, a very important theme, which has been discussed by me together with other experts in the whole of Italy. It is a crucial theme, that of enhancing tourism in the Adriatic-Ionian region and also enhancing the culture of hospitality. This event takes place at a moment which is really crucial for our region, so European Capital of Culture, Go 2025. Next year will be the highlight, the very hot point of this event. I would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce, which has given a great support to the enterprises, but also to the training opportunities and to the events of this kind that allow experts but also authorities and all the institutions to have a dialogue on the synergies which should be used in the tourism field. In our area, this area is not specifically characterized in the tourist area, not specific areas. So apart from the number of the figures, the number of tourists which will be received next year, the cultural feature must be highlighted, and the challenge is that of turning an area which is not so much characterized by tourism, turning this into a great potential, into more opportunities based on the special features that our area has, and we should adopt specific measures with the help of the institutions and of the experts which have gathered experience in this, but fundamentally we must really create synergies among all the stakeholders. I'd like to start now by giving the floor to the institutional representatives we have here, and we will welcome later other representatives. But now I'd like to give the floor to the host of this event, the President of the Chamber of Commerce of Venezia, Giulia, Mr. Antonio Paoletti. You have the floor. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. First of all, the institutional greetings to all of you. We will have a very rich panel today with many speakers. I'd like to thank Mr. Gino Sabatini, my colleague from the Chambers of Commerce of the Marche region and the president of the Forum of the Chambers of Commerce of the Adriatic and Ionian region. I said to him, I'd like to have the event in Gorizia a few months before the beginning of the European Festival of Culture. I'd like that this event be organized there. We had a dialogue with the administration of the Adriatic-Ionian Committee, and they then communicated that they had accepted my offer. They came here, we received them, we welcomed them in an old steel factory. and at a special venue. We had a meeting yesterday and another and then I would like to thank Mr. Emidio Bini, the Councillor of the region for the production activities and tourism from the Friuli Venezia Giulia region. I'd like to welcome the Mayor of Gorizia, Rodolfo Ziberna, and the Mayor of Nova Gorica, Samo Turel, here with us today. Good morning, Cristina Rovis, President of the Female Entrepreneurship Committee of the Venezia Giulia Chamber of Commerce, and Filippo Labardi, Executive Director of the Permanent Secretariat for the Adriatic-Ionian Initiative. We have other speakers who will follow today. Patrizia Artico will be here as a moderator of the panel, who together with Cristina Rogus will introduce the speakers. The Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce, the Director of Arias will also speak, Patrizia Verdi and Guido Guerzoni. We had actually collaborated for the Museum of Coffee and other projects, and we will have him as well. I had prepared my speech, but I'd like to start from giving you some figures relating to our region. On the newspapers regarding our region, so I speak slowly so that it can be translated. One figure was really impressive. We are the first region in Italy for the people, women entrepreneurs. 6,500 women just went away, so escaped from our region to look for other opportunities in the world. This is a very relevant figure. We are speaking about forum of tourism, and we are here at a forum on women entrepreneurship, and we should reflect upon such figures, because this is something that happens in other regions and countries as well. We are lucky because our region is investing a lot on tourism. We have a very important tourism flows at the 10th position of the 10th among the 10 first destinations in 2025. So according to a study, so according to a survey. So what we are doing in tourism is relevant. Why are women so important in the field of tourism? So what are the professions in which they focus, on which they focus? Well, because in the hospitality, catering, and bed and breakfast field, in digitalization field, there are no differences between men and women. The only difference is that women are more sensitive, more able to, they have the relevant skills to manage the activities, specifically regarding the service sector. Today, at the end, we will draw the conclusions from the speeches, but to have a document to report where we focus on and we draw the main assets that we have, and to have this document where the route is outlined, I think this is very important. The countries that are represented today are 60 women entrepreneurs represent their countries today, from Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania. So we have an array of countries, an array of experiences, and we'll listen to them today, and we'll listen to the development opportunities that they will present. I will skip the statistics and I will give the floor now to the speakers, but I'd like to leave you with a message of attention to the women, the female entrepreneurship world. We work a lot in all sectors, in the logistics too, which seems to be characterized by men, but have also a high presence of women. So we'll have we will listen now to the speeches to conclude our day with a nice evening together. Thank you, Mr. Paoletti. And now we will give the floor to Gino Sabatini, President of the Forum of the Adriatic and Ionian Chambers of Commerce. Please, you have the floor. Good morning to the Mayor of Gorizia, to Councillor Bini for production activities here in the region for Venezia, Giulia. I'd like to thank Mr. Federiga too. He's a point of reference for so many regions, also for the Marche region, our region. I'd like to thank and welcome the Mayor of Gorizia and the Vice Secretary Tiziana Pompei at national level, who is working and has been working in the female entrepreneurship world. I'd like to welcome the President of the Euro Chambers Movement, Marina Rosic. Thank you for being here today. As far as Euro Chambers is concerned, we'll have Mr. Thomas and the board, and we will certainly support the movement, the Euro Chambers movement too. I welcome all of you. I'd like to thank Mr. Paletti for hosting this beautiful event here in Italy after having this event hosted in other places, in other countries. Now, today, the forum takes place here in Italy. Together with the Chamber of Commerce of Split, Tomasz and Nicola Carr and all the representatives of the forum who gave the opportunity to the Chamber of Commerce of Trieste to organize this event. So I'd like to thank all of them, because thanks to their work, this event could be organized here today. I'd like to welcome and thank all the friends and women entrepreneurs that are present here today. It is a great honor for me to be here today and to open this 14th edition of the Congress on Female Entrepreneurship. This very important era, which should gain even more consideration in the Adriatic and Ionian area. This forum is a very important event for the Chambers of Commerce, and we believe in the promotion and the enhancement of female entrepreneurship within our macro region, Adriatic and Ionian region. I'd like to thank again our friend Mr. Paletti and his team as a whole, the Secretary General too, for giving us the opportunity for being today here and for your great hospitality. I'd like to thank the organizers. Of course, they did an amazing work. And tomorrow we will also have other special moments of gathering. This is a city which is a symbol of cooperation. Our friend, Mr. Paoletti, the president, had already asked us in 2020 if the movement of female entrepreneurship could take place here at the forum in 2020, here at the Chamber of Commerce. But you know, all of you know what happened in 2020, so the forum could not be organized at the time, and we are here today. For those of you who do not know the forum is a transnational association, a non-profit association which unites 39 chambers of commerce in 9 countries. It was founded in 2001 thanks to the vision of 2 chambers of commerce, that of Split, which is now represented by Ms. Tomac, and the Chamber of Commerce of Ancona in the Marche region. The forum aims at enhancing the synergies and promoting opportunities for the social environmental development of the strategic area. In over 23 years of activity, the Forum of the Chambers of Commerce was able to create synergies among experts and entrepreneurs with the aim of developing female entrepreneurship. We gave the voice to the various businesses directed by women, organized in the context of female entrepreneurship in the Adriatic and Ionian region. And today, we are now having the 14th edition of this movement. And for the Italian institutions, I think that for everybody, it is clear that female entrepreneurship has a recognition, has an acknowledgement, also thanks to this forum. And we have so many countries represented here. But we didn't stop. We also, over the last years, we signed a declaration, the split declaration, together with our friend Mr. Thomas. And the declaration of the Constitution of the Chambers of Commerce in 2001. So we wanted to, with these documents, to highlight the regions in our Adriatic and Ionian region and the added value that, culturally speaking, touristically speaking, and from a perspective of well-being, our region can give. This forum is strong. We were able to have this forum also thanks to the ability of Mr. Pagliapoco, our ambassador, and also with the support of the Council of the Adriatic and Ionian region, made up of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. We were able to have this forum going on. This forum works for the well-being of the whole industry. More than 4 million enterprises are represented. It is a very relevant movement. We'd like the European community really to focus on this and on our values. This year, the Congress takes place in a unique framework because the Go to 2025 celebrates Gorizia as the capital of culture. So it is a very special moment. We decided to focus on a theme which is really relevant in our region, and that is the enhancement of tourism in our region and the culture of hospitality. The movement of female entrepreneurship can give an added value in this, because tourism and creative businesses have a relevant role in developing the social and cultural development in our region. The enterprises are fundamental to promote the culture of hospitality and in enriching the social fabric. It is not only about creating economic value. Women who do business, especially in the cultural field, make our communities stronger and open up new opportunities of dialogue among us. These sectors prove every day that it is possible to have events in place that enhance not only competitiveness and competition, but also culture and dialogue. We support the entrepreneurs, and today, this year, we decided to support a new project in the area of digitalization. In cooperation with the universities in the Marche region, the University of Camerino, we are working with them to develop information and communication technology projects that are shaping our society. For digitalization enterprises, which are today crucial to compete at global level, we want to have projects with them. We are preparing a questionnaire, and this survey will be fundamental in order to take stock, and this will help the enterprises and the academic institutions to pursue their projects. We are going to map and update the needs of the enterprises, also those working in the information technology field. We want to harmonize and update the information system and give access to the financing opportunities and exchange opportunities for the businesses. We will be able to also explore the opportunities in terms of gender in this field. We understand that women can be supported in their ambitions and in their activities in the technology field. It is a trend which is much needed, fundamental, to guarantee that our women entrepreneurs can compete and can thrive. There are so many women entrepreneurs here, so many stakeholders and institutional representatives here today. I am sure that they can give you a fundamental perspective which will give new opportunities to female entrepreneurship in the Adriatic and Ionian region. And I really hope that this Congress can be a real platform of exchange, and new ideas, new initiatives can be launched to contribute to the success of female entrepreneurship. I really invite you, within the female entrepreneurship context, within our region, I really invite you to support it in order to have a model in place that can inspire Europe as a whole. And with a look to the future, I really wish that we can be great competitors and we can really drive the initiatives at European and international level. I think that the European community today must be the platform where female entrepreneurship is developed, and the European Union and Europe must be a pillar which we can rely on in order for the movement and in the economy to be global. I wish to all of you great successful proceedings, and I'd like to thank the Chamber of Commerce of Friuli Venezia Giulia once again. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Secretary General, for hosting us, for giving the opportunity to our women entrepreneurs to have a voice, to have a place where they can express their views and present themselves. I'd like to thank our board, a heartfelt thank for having this forum, this Congress today. So let's go on this way all together. Thank you.
Grazie, dottor.
Thank you, Mr. Sabatini. We share your views, and we hope that women entrepreneurship may become one of the milestones of our Europe. Now I would like to give the floor to the Regional Councillor for Productive Activities and Tourism of Friuli Venezia Giulia, Sergio Emidio Bini. Friuli Venezia Giulia region is pivotal for the European Capital of Culture, and therefore I would like to thank the region for the investments in our region, especially for a better future of our region. Thank you, because their funding, but their actions are extremely valuable. Thank you. I would like to thank you for the good words. In 2025, we are going to manage a huge event, and as we have always done in the most important times in our history as Friuli Venezia Giulia region, we have always proved our teamwork is effective. I would like to thank the President for inviting me today. I'm glad to be here on behalf of our Regional Governor Massimiliano Fedriga. and I am glad to see such an audience. I would like to say to Madam Artico, women already represent in our country an important milestone in our economy, and not just in our economy. Try to find the most important roles in the European Union, in most European and Italian companies, and you will understand how the women's world is contributing to our world. I'm happy to see the authorities present here today. I would like to thank also the Michaela Gogric, President of Lega Coop Friuli Venezia Giulia. She represents a movement of Friuli Venezia Giulia cooperation where women are in a very high percentage, and they wrote important pages in our history for from the economic and cooperation point of view. I would also like to greet Vito Signatti, who's here today. Fortunately, there are no representatives of professional associations, regional professional association, and I'm sorry for that, because in such events, and I read the whole program of this rich day, and this is important to know, to have some more know-how. And in these are opportunities to increase our knowledge in order to have more answers to the many questions we have. As for Go 2025, Friuli Venezia Giulia region is working a lot, is investing a lot, but it is not just Friuli Venezia Giulia region who's working, but also the municipality of Gorizia. I would also like to welcome the friend and mayor of Nova Gorica. This event is a cross-border event. And I would also thank the Chamber of Commerce and all the good-willing people that believe in our region, that believe in the great opportunity that Go 2025 may bring to our region. As the Councillor for Tourism, I can ensure you that the events planned will be very, very, very important events. Large audience events like concerts, and I'm not going to spoil the great names will be hosting here, international names, and we will also have important cultural events, opportunities to let the beauty of this city known. And I will, by addressing the many female friends here in this room, I would like to invite them to come back and visit us during this event. But this event is going to launch, even to enhance even more an region that in the last few months has already benefited from Go 2025 next year. Before speaking, you have to study, you have to be aware, otherwise you might say stupid things. Go 2025 has been a driver for Gorizia in terms of Italian tourism. Italians have started visiting this area, not just Gorizia, but all the surrounding areas in view of the great event of 2025, Friuli-Venezia Giulia. In the last few years, since today we're speaking about women's entrepreneurship, but also of tourism, the percentage of women's entrepreneurs in the tertiary sector in Friuli-Venezia Giulia are many. Tourism has increased. President Poletti said the Friuli-Venezia Giulia region has become one of the leading regions in terms of tourism at national level. And this happened thanks to a huge promotional campaign where we have invested huge fundings because, I mean, small region needs to do that. Rome, Florence, Naples are known worldwide, but also in Italy. Matera, for example, is known, but there are very many other places that have unique beauties, heritage, stories that are unknown. And what we've been doing in the last months and years in making our region known outside. We did it through national media. Once we were sort of shy, more introvert, I mean, hosting, few people coming from the neighboring regions, but now we raised the bar and we started speaking about us around the world. Soon we'll be launching a new media campaign on all Italian media channels, a campaign on our region and on 2025, because there's huge opportunities for further growth, because terms like over-tourism, sustainability, tradition, and history are prevailing. And we can offer sustainability. What about food and drink? Last night you visited a beautiful venue. I'm sure you had a great dinner, but tonight I can assure you that we're raising the bar even more, because this is our region. Friuli-Venezia Giulia is a small region within which you can find anything. I mean, mountain, sea, lagoon. You can drink well, you can eat well, history, tradition, nautical culture, sea culture. Next month we'll be submitting a draft on the shipbuilding sector, because Friuli-Venezia Giulia has also the highest percentage of ships.
Però mi faccio prendere quando parlo di cose che mi piacciono.
Can host the highest number of ships along its shores. So I need to conclude here because of timing. I apologize, but I won't be able to stay here with you all day. But congratulations for organizing this event. Thank you. There's an essential feature when you do things, and which is passion. And I would like to thank Mr. Albini for the passion he has, for the passion he conveyed through his speech. Going back to passion, I would like to give the floor to the mayor of Gorizia, Rodolfo Ziberna. Thank you, Patrizia. Welcome to the many women and the very few men in the audience. To Poletti and Sabatini, I would like to thank you for the very many reasons you introduced. I call her Patti instead of Patrizia because we've been seeing this morning since 9 in the morning because she's the Municipal Councillor for European Capital of Culture in Gorizia. And I would also like to welcome Turel, the mayor of Nova Gorica. And I often joke saying that I meet the mayor of Nova Gorica much more often than my wife. If you wanted to surprise us with special events, you did manage to do it. But we were aware of the role of that women's entrepreneurship plays in hospitality, and not only in that field. As for the Adriatic-Ionian area, on the Adriatic side, I feel at home because, as I said to my friend Turel, with my grandfather from Slovenia, my father and my mother from Croatia, where I still have some relatives, some part of my family, my great-grandparents from Greece. I have not covered the whole Adriatic-Ionian area, but most of it. So the great opportunity we have here. I do believe that aside from the political meaning of the European Capital of Culture, Nova Gorica and Gorizia, as underlined by the President of the Italian Republic, Mattarella, and from the President of Slovenia, Borut Pahor, as a testimony of a board that witnessed tragedies in the last century, and today we rather build relations of cohesion and international cooperation. But in terms of knowledge of our area and of tourism, we are an important testimony because it is the first time that the European Capital of Culture has been awarded to two different cities belonging to two different countries, because here we all represent institutions of two different countries. And if we did manage to overcome the difficulties of last century and create such a huge power of communication, thanks to the good relations of the regional administration on the Italian side, but also thanks to the importance that the region awarded not only to Gorizia but to the whole of Friuli Venezia Giulia. That's why tourism is important. There are areas in the region which are not typically tourism places, but they are very well aware that the whole of our region will benefit from this event. This is true from any region, from any country. From Croatia, we know that there's a part of Croatia which has more tourism attractiveness. The same is true for Slovenia, but also other areas of those countries benefit from tourism from the economical point of view. I do like all countries, all continents, but in our region, we managed, in such a small region, we managed, and we were successful by sharing, by gathering all we have in terms of heritage, culture, storytelling, a value that other countries cannot boast. We can be attractive because of the emotion we can convey, because we have places that can actually strike people, not just for their cultural or artistic heritage, but also for the emotion they can convey. Women do have the ability to to raise the kind of emotions of feelings from smiling or attitude, that this is something that the male component of our population has not. This is an added value. This is an added value for the whole of our economy, regional economy. So I apologize for speaking too long. I know I need to conclude here. We are at your disposal together with some Turel to export what we manage together with the region Friuli Venezia Giulia and the Republic of Slovenia to export something that will be will characterize 2025, but also the next decades, because we are aware that each euro is we invested is an investment for our future. Even when we pay 5 million euros for a concert, but we are aware that the return on our region is of 4 or 5 times of this amount, then we can also strengthen a brand within the Adriatic-Ionian area, and that is going to grow in the next few years. I would like to thank all the women all the many women in the audience and the very few men present here today, and thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Ziberna. And now another mayor, as important as the previous one. They are for me both my mayors, and you have the floor, Samo Turel, Mayor of Nova Gorica. Good morning, everyone. Since there's a simultaneous translation, I'm going to speak in Slovenian. I'm here on behalf of the municipality of Nova Gorica, and I would like to welcome you and would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this extraordinary event. As I was listening, I said I wanted to keep it very, very short, but I would like to underline 2 items. This project, the European Capital for Culture 2020-25, Nova Gorica as a candidate invited to also the neighboring Gorizia to share this title. And when I read the title, Culture of Hospitality, and this could be a slogan within the framework of the European Capital of Culture, on this event, a key role was played by women. The official program that persuaded, say, the European Commission to award us the European Capital of Culture for 2025 was drafted by 2 women. Also, from the operational point of view, the preparatory work was made, and the work is still made by the organizers of Go 2025 and the EGTC. These 2 institutions are run by 2 women. So women do have a key role in this context. What do we want to convey with the European Capital of Culture? We want to underline that though the difficult past of the last century, we are a united area where we look forward to a life without borders in the name of cooperation, of shared projects, especially in the cultural field, because culture can unite us and can ensure the future of this cooperation. As the other speakers said, we don't want to stop working at the end of 2025, but this is only the beginning of what we're going to do in 2028, 2038, and 2058, as far as I'm concerned. On behalf of the municipality of Nova Gorica, I would like to thank you all, especially the representatives of Friuli Venezia Giulia region, for what you've been doing. And I would also like to thank the Slovenian government, the Ministry for Culture of the Republic of Slovenia, which is run by a woman, again. So I welcome you, I invite you to visit also Nova Gorica. We are very close. And I wish you a successful day. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Turel. One of the projects that we will launch and bring forward, thanks to Go 2025, is considering the cross-border area by including also Szentpéter-Vertojba, another municipality, in order to work on an area of 70,000 inhabitants by gathering the potential of the whole area. This is an experiment we want to attempt, and I believe it is one of the first ones in Europe. I would like to give the floor to Cristina Rovis, President of the Committee from Women's Entrepreneurship of the Chamber of Commerce of Venezia. Giulia, Cristina, you have the floor. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you to Patrizia Artico. Thank you to the Forum of the Adriatic-Ionian Area Chamber of Commerce. And thank you to the Chamber of Commerce of Venezia Giulia for this event. This is an important event. Here I'm as a woman entrepreneur, and as a president of the Female Entrepreneurship Committee of the Chamber of Commerce of Friuli Venezia Giulia. Our committee is made of 10 women that represent the professional association of the whole region. The goal of this committee is providing a practical support to women and freelancers and entrepreneurs. I would like to underline the practical part of the support we provide. This is our goal. In order to reach gender equality, we want to provide practical tools to support women's entrepreneurs and freelancers in their professional activity, in their careers, through knowledge. As an entrepreneur, I had to fill in my gaps in my professional career, and because of those gaps, I unfortunately missed a few opportunities from the professional point of view, especially in the economic and financial field, but also legal field. As a committee, our goal, our role is to provide such tools, such practical tools to fill in those gaps. We provide free access webinars, a guide on the website of the Chamber of Commerce, and also thanks to another number of events to increase knowledge in women. Why am I referring to women? Because I do believe that there's a connection between women in their private life and in their professional life. So a fragile, a vulnerable woman in one field would be vulnerable also in the others. By filling in those gaps and by providing support and empowering women, we can strengthen women that can achieve their goals more easily as entrepreneur and as freelancers and in their career. Knowledge entails an aware participation in the labor market, in entrepreneurship. So what are our goals? To provide these tools in view of something bigger, which is inclusion, meritocracy, and also gender equality, of course. By fighting discrimination, we made many steps forward, but there is still some kind of discrimination in business and in society. I'd like to conclude, but today's event is extremely important for this reason, because it proves how much women's entrepreneurs have achieved and how much they can still achieve, and also, but especially of the great step forward we have made in our history. I believe that today's speakers will provide food for thought to all women's entrepreneurs in order to improve even more. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. An important role is also that of the institutions in order to promote women's entrepreneurship, and because they have to provide appropriate services. I do work in a municipality, but we still are at high institutional level. We are quite poor in terms of services provided to women and family. So such initiatives should promote those initiatives to support women's entrepreneurship. I would like to conclude the greetings with Filippo Alabardi, Executive Director of the Permanent Secretariat of the Adriatic-Ionian Initiative. Filippo, you have the floor.
Say I should give my speech in English, but since the entire panel has been held almost in Italian, allow me to switch in Italian. È veramente un grande piacere.
No, it is a great pleasure for me to speak here on this 14th Congress on Women's Entrepreneurship. I'm here on behalf of the Adriatic-Ionian Initiative, of the Permanent Secretariat, and of the Ambassador Pigliapoc, that unfortunately is not here with us today. I would like to thank first President Paoletti for last night, for organizing this event, to President Sabatini, who's an essential partner of the Adriatic-Ionian Initiative and promoter of such an initiative that enhance the role of women in hospitality and culture, which is pivotal for our region. I'm going to touch only a few issues. The relation between the Adriatic-Ionian Initiative and the Forum of the Chamber of Commerce is an example of valuable cooperation, an alliance that enabled us to implement projects and initiatives. Last but not least, the declaration on the Mediterranean diet that was included in the declaration of the foreign ministries at the end of the Croatian presidency of the European Union. As for this, our initiative also cooperated with the other two forums, the cities and the universities of the Adriatic-Ionian area. These are important partners for our mission because they enable us to hear the voices of local communities within our strategies by ensuring that the needs and aspiration of all levels and all voices of our areas can be listened to. We do believe that the participation of citizens is pivotal for the European integration, especially in a time in history where cohesion of the countries of this macro-region is essential. Recently, women empowerment has been one of our priorities as Adriatic-Ionian initiative. As a matter of fact, thanks to conferences and roundtables, we did work in order to promote women's role in business, in rural entrepreneurship, in technology, and STEM. I would like to remind you the events we organized in cooperation with the Presidency of Slovenia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, and also with some firms in cooperation with firms of the Chambers of Commerce, involving not only institutional representatives, but also women's entrepreneurs, association, by conveying the message of supporting women in the whole area. In line with that, I would like to underline an important development of the macro-regional strategy, youth strategy, the inclusion of a fifth pillar, a social pillar that enhances and acknowledges the importance of human capital, young people and women. These, of course, enhance our commitment towards gender equality and acknowledge the importance of women to shape the future of our region by promoting the active participation of women in tourism and culture. We not only improve our economies, but also enrich the social and cultural texture of our communities. In conclusion, I would like to remind you that in addition to the relation with the Adriatic-Ionian initiative with the civil society, we also our purpose is to promote the integration of Western Balkans. All those countries are an important part of our initiative in our path towards growth and stability. So the integration of those countries, is not only a political choice, but also a strategic choice for the safety and peace of the whole continent. So I would like to thank you all, those who organized the event, and thank you.
Grazie Filippo Alabardi.
Thank you, Filippo Alabardi, for the last speech of this first section. I'd now like to start the second phase of the panel. I'd like to welcome on stage Michela Pessoni, Guido Guerzoni, Loretta Credaro, and Vito Signano. Please, welcome.
Credaro, buongiorno a tutti.
Big thank you. We now see Ms. Credaro should be here with us today. Welcome and good morning. We can start right now because we have a tight schedule today. We can start with a first speech by Ms. Passon, Project Manager of the ECTG Go. Dr. Passon, within the framework of the European Capital of Culture Go 2025, both operational arms, so the ECTG Go for Italy and Zavod Go 2025 for Slovenia are directed by women. These roles are demanding of great responsibility. So from your experience, does this women governance prove that the glass crystal has been broken at European level, or are still mental barriers that needs to be broken down? Thank you and good morning. I'd like to seize the opportunity to thank you for this invitation. I'd like to thank the moderator and all the colleagues present on stage. Welcome, especially a big welcome to all the women entrepreneurs present in the audience. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. I am a woman entrepreneur too, but I work for European project, but I must be that it's a real pleasure to share with you my experience. I'd like to answer this question by saying that for sure, so the direction of the European Capital of Culture shared by two women is an important sign, very important sign, especially if we look to the future. So many women have important roles as managers or leading roles in the cultural sector. It is an important sign. But I must also highlight other aspects. It is unfortunately an exception. We do not see so many women directing these bodies. We are talking now about public bodies. Maybe in the public administration, the leading roles are actually assumed by women more often than in the private sector. In the private sector, it is not always the case, but in the private sector, there are still difficulties for women to assume those roles, managerial roles. From my experience, we are ECTG. We are a territorial cooperation grouping. We actually manage the cross-border projects between Italy and Slovenia. 15 people are in our team, for the majority women, and only 3 persons are men. We make also jokes about this. Maybe the blue quarters are needed in our team because women are the majority. But unfortunately, this is an exception, I must say. We work very well together. We are determined in our actions, but this does not reflect the common situation that we have in Italy or in Europe. Speaking about Europe, you are very young, but you have experience in having relations with other European entities. Are there any differences among the countries in their approaches in this field? Yes, absolutely. I'm competent for this cross-border project, and I'm always in touch with other bodies, other realities in other European countries. And I must say that we see there are so many differences, but the common thread is the determination in what we do, and also a sensitivity, a will to improve the situation, and we want to prove that our actions have a great impact in the sector. I have seen that not only in my experience, but in others' experiences too. We have this need to prove to others, to men especially, our value, our strength. As regards our differences, the distinguishing signs that we have. The differences that I see among the states are the ability for some states of the women to have leading roles easier than in other states, where culturally speaking, there is a certain resistance, a certain reluctance. Women very often think that they must choose between their family or their professional activity. They cannot always easily reconcile these two aspects, and it very much depends on the country where they live, because they must be supported by the institutions. The welfare rules must support them, welfare rules that support the families, that give access to nurseries and kindergartens for children. In our region, in our cross-border projects, I can tell you from my experience that there are Slovenian employees and Italian employees, and we have a dialogue, and I see in Slovenia there's a greater support compared to Italy to the women and the families. As far as maternity leave and the father's leaves are concerned, actually their choices of the families depend on the opportunities in these terms. The ability of women to reconcile the family sphere and the work sphere, well, they rely on these welfare rules. Thank you. Among the Go 2025 initiatives, there will be a forum at the European level, which will aim at raising the bar in the service sector. I work with the institutions, and I see that there are setbacks and there are progress is very much needed, and particularly compared to other countries. We must make a step forward. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Guido Guerzoni, now professor at the University Bocconi, expert in art economy and management of cultural institutions, museum studies and projects for urban regenerations. I must say that these actions, the fields you work in are thrilling, exceptional. You have a strong experience in the art sector, and you are in touch with the public bodies in the Friuli Venezia Giulia too. You see that so many women have leading roles in the region, and you called it a feminization of the artistic and cultural world. Can you actually expand on this? There's the old statistics dating back to 2010. There was a paradox highlighted back then. Italy was the country with the lowest percentage of women managers, but the highest percentage in women entrepreneurs at the time. So after almost 15 years, we can state that the situation has evolved and has progressed. The culture and artistic sector has always represented an exception to this rule. Actually, in the public and private sector, the percentage of women in the artistic and cultural world is high, and this is very positive, because it allows us to reflect on a fact. We shouldn't forget that The artistic and cultural world is a wide sector where women have special qualities. So 65% of the women employed in the theater sector, the readers in Europe are especially women. And if we think of those who lead the cultural consumption in Europe, cultural tourism also, so spending a weekend for an exhibition somewhere, or so having a weekend in some cultural city, the majority of these readers and visitors are women. On the other side, we should reflect upon another thing. Over the last 20 years, research was made. Who decides in this field? 4 cases out of 5 of the women decide. So at least over the last 40 years, for those who organize events and museum exhibitions, for example, on the Vanity Fair magazine, this was also discussed. So there's a theme of who decides. But why? Men are not always lazy. It means that special education is provided to have women that then finally decide. And there is a trend that drives also consumption, and there is a tendency for women to do research, to gather information. When they just plan a weekend, they plan a lot compared to men, and this has an impact, a great impact on the cultural activities and how they are performed. Thank you. I'd like to say that in our territory, there are women entrepreneurs that are employed at work in different sectors, and especially 2 experiences are worthy mentioning. The director, Raffaella Scubin, a friend of ours, organized the exhibition about the 60s, and we thought we can involve also the photographers and the commercial operators, and this experiment was very successful. 3 women designed it. The experiment was very successful. We were able to involve the cultural representatives and the food and the drink sector and the shops to the representatives from other businesses. So we mixed the sectors and the cultural inputs and also the commercial inputs and the culinary field. So wine and food industry is not only driven by men today. This is not only represented by men. So I can say that I am a man and I am very fond of the field, but I must say that there are women very interested in the wine and food industry. But there are 2 themes which are very interesting. The first is the number of self-spending tourists who travel with our women is increasing. The female travelers account for 15–16%, and at global level, the number of these kind of tourists is increasing. There are singles traveling, but there are tourists with 1 single partners traveling and women with other women traveling. So women are now covering the areas which were covered in the past by men. I have a cooperation with Banca Intesa Pubblica and about art, the art field. More than 350 collectionists are interviewed by us, and they also attend the Fair of Turin, almost 6,000 collectionists, and today this sector is represented by women. So and the purchases were women last year more than men. So in the art and the per capita consumption of an art lover in Venice is 3 times more than one tourist visiting the seaside resort. So I must say that the art field is driving the purchases, and more women have a driving force in the field. Today, the women have an increasing presence in the slow tourism field. When we see we'll see that the women are the majority of the attendance of the pet cycle pets. So they actually are tourists in the various areas, like cycling, like walking. So they are actually very present in the various fields of tourism. And women entrepreneurship in the hospitality and catering sector actually see the presence of so many women as customers. Another question. We go to the museums, we speak more languages today, we actually ride the bicycle more than in the past. So there is a problem with men, not with women, because we are everywhere, it seems, today. We have there's a cultural problem, actually, I must say. We could discuss about this for hours. It is a very interesting theme, but we're running out of time for doing that. So I'd like to thank you, and we are now moving online. Here she is, the president of Ms. Credaro, president of ISNAR, the National Institute for Research on Tourism. Loretta Credaro is here with us at ISNART. You are a special observatory, represent a special observatory on the touristic field in Italy. So how important is the role of women entrepreneurs in the field? Thank you very much. I am very sorry for being here and not with you today, but actually, as you said, in this period, there are conventions and gatherings, meetings every single day. So I am moving from one forum to another, from Florence to other places. So please, I'd like to apologize for not being present physically, but I'd like now to answer your question. The tourism sector was affected by the pandemic in a very significant way, and also proved a certain vitality and a resilience. Tourism especially proved to be very, very strong. From the figures on the standout platform, which was actually designed by the National Institute for Research, we have that the figures that the tourism enterprises increased by 11.7%, and the rest of the economy had an increase by 4% only. So we must say that tourism and women entrepreneurs in the field play the leading role. This sector plays a special social role in mitigating the gender gap and the gender inequalities, and in promoting economic growth, and in balancing the situation and solving the imbalances My colleague said that sometimes women are very good at managing the tourism businesses, but I must really say that they deserve their role and they are more and more having leading roles. 150,000 enterprises, so 27% of the whole sector are managed by women in the tourism sector, and the businesses directed by companies or men have feature the presence of women in the teams and the departments who are in charge of hospitality for tourists. So speaking about female entrepreneurship in Italy, as Ms. Pompei said, Ms. Pompei will say, she is with me in the committee, Female Entrepreneurship Committee, which was founded at the Ministry for Economic Development. The world of female entrepreneurship had decreased by 10% in Italy this year, but compared to the tourism sector, where there was an increase by more than 2%, we see a difference. I do not know if I could answer your question properly, but I wanted to mention the figures that we deal with daily. In the tourism sector, I must say that the women play a very important role. No doubt about this. The Chambers of Commerce, since 2016, launched a new competence in the for the enhancement of cultural assets. Are women able to do business in this area? Well, yes, I would say that in this sector too, since 2000, well, I have figures referring to 2023, and I must say that cultural and creative businesses directed by women and 51,400. So there. So 1 out of 4 businesses is a female business. Since 2019, the number of cultural and creative businesses run by women increased by 3.3%. So we had a growth of 0.5% in the last year only. The entrepreneurship is a precious choice for women. It allows for them to express their identity. It promotes the reconciliation between work and family, and helps to overcome negative biases and stereotypes. And the benefits, it has benefits for the society as a whole, because entrepreneurship promotes employment and economic development and the social well-being. So actually supporting cultural and creative businesses means supporting a field that in 2023 accounted for 104.3 million euro, and gives work to more than 1.5 million workers, actually. So it creates employment. And every euro of added value produced by cultural and creative businesses actually creates 2 more euros in other sectors, the ISNAR, the body, and also Vito Signati. I'd like to thank him and welcome him too. I have continuous dialogue with him. He actually is not in the over the last period is working with the Mirabilia network a lot. Mirabilia is in charge of the cultural activities, and they promote culture together with the chambers of commerce that are at their turn in charge of the UNESCO heritage sites. So we really focus on the UNESCO heritage sites and on cultural projects which see the involvement of women in them. Thank you. I'd like to say that this huge increase in the number of women in the cultural field also depends on curiosity. Women are curious, maybe more than men, and the will to know, to learn, to be informed, to read about history. So we should be also able to actually to share this ability with men, children, because it's not so popular, it seems. So, Mr. Vito Signati is the soul, so to say, of Mirabilia, this body, this network. He has an extraordinary experience in the cultural sector. One of the future challenges will be training. Training in terms of innovation, the digitalization of enterprises and the development of promotional tools at international level. So the tools for promoting culture are more and more innovative. So in this terms, so how important is the role of female entrepreneurship? Thank you. Good morning. I'm sorry for my voice today, which is not so clear, but try to fight this, but sorry, couldn't do anything about this. Thank you. I'd like to thank the host, Mr. Paoletti, and the Secretary General for hosting this Congress and for inviting me. I was extremely pleased to accept the invitation. I've heard the words of President Sabatini and the Secretary General of ICT Forum. Thank you to all of you. And Ms. Credaro, we share with President Credaro, we have a continuous dialogue, and we share and we pursue projects together. So Mirabilia has a governance that is also driven by women, because ISNER has a female governance, and we are proud of this. And we see the passion and determination of the President Credaro. And a few years ago we started, in Matera actually, we started the project. Matera is very alive, culturally speaking, and there was the whole work about the dossier we worked at, the document we worked at, and then the whole process for becoming the capital of European culture. Next year, culture will be the theme, and the spotlight will be, actually culture will be in the spotlight. But this is not the destination. This is only a starting point. From my experience, I'd like to say one thing. We should think on what will happen on the 1st of January 2026 when the lights will be turned off, but the process will need to continue, and the fruits gathered in 2025 can be used to go on for our future work. In terms of training, cultural education is something that involves the youth. The youth is at the core of this sector. Mirabilia launched with the schools study activities. We worked on the UNESCO heritage sites and which were part of the Mirabilia network, and the results that we have were extraordinary. And the young people which worked on these documents and projects produced incredible results. And then we need to acknowledge the language, the approach that they used, because to involve the people, actually the youth plays a vital role in involving the people, in communicating the concepts and their communication strategies. I'm a boomer as far as my generation is concerned. I'm out of the dynamics that is taking place today, but I must see from my experience that the youth play a crucial role, and we should invest in them, in their communication abilities too. Mirabilia is working also as a master organized by the University of Perugia, which is a partner of Mirabilia, now the Chamber of Commerce, which is part of the partenariat. We launched this path in order for having young people in our network contributing in their specific experience, training experience. And as far as the digital transition is concerned, well, this is taking place. We cannot actually forget about this. We want to find the perfect balance and harmony in these two. I'd like to thank Ms. Pompei, who represents the Union Camere, so the international system of the Chambers of Commerce. And the PID network stands for Point of Digital Enterprise. The professionals who work there are in charge of increasing the literacy in the digital field among the enterprises. They give a fundamental contribution. And we created this PID Mirabilia network, which allows us to support the enterprises, so actually collecting the best practices in our territory and conveying them to the enterprises. Mirabilia is also working on the distinguishing signs that we can have. We are sure about one thing, so that Rome, Florence, and Venice are the major destinations in Italy, but there's a world, a whole world. Other cities, Matera, Caserta, they are not so remote, which in our network we can present new cities and we can turn our country into a new country. The visitors today do not just seek that exhibition for artworks. They want to understand the territory, what it is, the food and drink, art, fashion. They want to discover a whole territory, and Mirabilia tries to make this visible to the visitors. we always tend to be cut off, but we want to share, we want to open up to Matera. There was a special evolution in 1983. It was acknowledged as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and in 2019 as a European Capital of Culture. So Matera really was discovered, and we should make other places visible. Thank you. On the one side, there's the theme of communication. In terms of female and non-female entrepreneurship, communication should be enhanced. For years I've worked at a press office, and there was a great difficulty of actually making clear to the entrepreneurs that communication is fundamental, because if you do business in a great way but no one knows it, you actually cannot convey your message. Tourists today arrive in Gorizia or in Trieste, and they just spend a couple of days in the cities and towns, and they want to actually experience different things in the cities. So the promotion of the territory is fundamental. You must offer to the tourist a whole package of services and of events. So the promotion should be done in the form of a whole package of services. One last video and then the coffee break will follow. Mirabilia, one last question. Since it was born, became more and more popular, can you think of a cross-border edition on the wave of the European Capital of Culture Go 2025? Yesterday I was speaking with the Secretary of the Chamber of Commerce, Mediotte. He's a very, very clever person, who is very fond of the territory, is always ready to create new opportunities here. Can you think of such a thing? Yes, I am convinced we can. The Secretary General Amedeo and the Secretary General of Pordenone Udine Piluti, these two chambers of commerce are part of the network and have a say in this. If the project, the idea comes from one of our members, now we are migrating, and but if it comes from the members, yes, we can. This is our approach, depending on the ideas and inputs that we have. Allow me to say greeting to Patrizia Dolfato. We have known for long. She's very professional, a real pillar. But actually, yes, the answer is yes. Mr. De Vita is here and present in the audience as well. He's a partner of Mirabilia. We have taken the first steps together back then. He would be the perfect candidate in this. I'd like to say that Mirabilia, our French colleagues said that we copied Mirabilia France. Mirabilia France collecting 15 chambers of commerce in France will be launched. They were inspired by our method. There's a sort of triangle among France, our French friends, so France, Croatia, and Bulgaria. The three countries could really work together in order to support the organization of such an event, and I think that there are all the conditions in place. We should work on that. President Paoletti has actually given inputs in this direction, and I say I'll be that. Okay, I am ready. So it's the first cross-border capital of culture. I'd like to remind this with. Now I'd like to thank all the speakers for their very interesting presentations. We are closing the first phase with the video about to go 2025, and the coffee break will follow. Thank you.
La prima parte di
The first part of this Congress ends here. Now we have a very, very short coffee break, 10-15 minutes maximum, and then please be on time and be back by 12:25. Thank you. Thank you. My warmest greetings. Thank you.
Grazie. Ma si figuri.
the Deputy General Secretary of Camere, Italy, Tiziana Pompei. Welcome, Tiziana. Is a beacon, is a light at the end of the tunnel as for the promotion of women's entrepreneurship. Promotion because she was one of the first one focusing on some criticalities that the Chamber of Commerce could deal with to overcome gender gap. Since 2006, she's been dealing with the promotion of women's economy. She followed important reports on national women's economy, and she created some Italian, so-called the Giri d'Italia, Italy's tour of women's in economy. This was an opportunity to bring all around Italy the topic of women's entrepreneurship. This led to an increase in awareness of mass media on this topic. Therefore, I would like to ask you a few questions. Tiziana, what about the certification on gender equality? This certification is a best practice, an Italian best practice that can be exported. And what it is exactly. First, good morning, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce, President Paoletti, who is our host, but also President Sabatini for this invitation. As said this morning, I'm quite familiar with this Congress on Women's Entrepreneurship because I attended many congresses up to date. And as Luca mentioned, there's a great attention paid on women's entrepreneurship because as proven by the fact that the two presidents of these initiatives, they are also the two vice presidents of Union Camere. So this proves the attention to the forum gives to women's entrepreneurship. Going to your question, the certification of on gender equality. This is a project of the Italian system. It is a project of the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, and it is a best practice at national level, which is also acknowledged by the European Commission. Why is it a best practice? Because this originates in businesses to introduce gender equality. Gender equality is not just a social goal, but also an economic goal. This project has two souls. First, a technical one, which means money, resources to be transferred to the businesses, and on the other hand, a cultural soul in order to reach gradually the goals these two souls belong also to certifications because there are KPIs, percentages to be reached, but also cultural, so the values and topics of gender equality. It is a way through which a business can analyze itself and identify its state-of-the-art in terms of gender equality. The goals were already introduced this morning: the reduction of gender pay gap, the increase of women's employment, more transparency, more value to women's employment. These are women's employment is key. A few days ago, something was stated, not just concerning Italy, but every country, that female employment is the invisible wealth of every nation, and especially for Europe. We know that reaching this gender equality, which is mainly an economic goal, and this certification is also a matter of competitiveness, because business investing in gender equality and robust mixed management within their business are the ones with the highest number of exports, with better performances on internal and external markets. So it is an important factor for competitiveness. So to answer your question, yes, I believe it is an important best practice. It can be exported, and it is a way to reach this gender equality goal through a channel which is that of business. In our country, there are 20 million employees working within businesses, which means 1/3 of the Italian population works within a business. This is true for anyone, from anything. Our businesses are the skeleton of our countries. Therefore, gender equality needs to originate from businesses. So yes, it is a best practice and it can be exported. Thank you, Tiziana. As you just said, we need to increase women's employment. We have one of the lowest index in Europe. This probably connects also to the need to increase the number of women's businesses, women-led businesses. Yes. Thank you for this question. I share your views. How can we, especially women, how can women go from an idea to an actual business? Over the years, the commitment of Women Camere focused on that with a number of initiatives, even when it was not in central or in our political agenda. Nowadays we speak of an increase in women's presence at all levels, but a few years ago this was not a topic so much addressed as however, this commitment in supporting women's entrepreneurs or wannabe women's entrepreneurs had another outcome. When in Italy a law on women entrepreneurship was about to be made, we also included the part on the activity that is included also in the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience that we managed together with the Ministry for Business and Made in Italy. This is a large project including information activity, communication, the Giro d'Italia of women you mentioned, but also education. Yes, education, what is necessary? Education and training are necessary on our side, starting from school education, from universities. We need to educate our young people to entrepreneurship, since the very early years in order to fight the bias that hinder women's access to certain kind of university studies, to STEM topics, subjects, to scientific subjects, and rather to promote women's presence in digital areas, artificial intelligence, for example. We also need to understand that, for example, training on digital is a way to increase the number of women in planning the systems for artificial intelligence, because if they also contribute to designing those systems, then bias can be overcome and fought more effectively. So training for education for girls, children and girls, but also for women entrepreneur and wannabe women entrepreneur. So information, education and training are key. Thank you, Tiziana. Now I would like to give the floor to our colleague Marina Rosic, the Secretary General of the Croatian Chamber of Economy, and is also chair of the Eurochamber's Women Network, an important network. She will explain us what it is about, but we believe that as in Italy, in our register of companies, there are 1 million companies, 6 million companies in Europe. There are 20 million, and you certainly have a wider view. What is the task of the Eurochamber's Women Network? What is your task? Thank you, Luca. First, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this forum of the Chamber of Commerce, for the opportunity to introduce the project and the program of Eurochamber's Women Network. And I'm going to speak in Croatian. Good morning. First, I'm glad to be part of this Congress today, to have the opportunity to introduce the work of Eurochamber's Women Network. I've been president for 2 years now. This network is to share the best practices among the members in the Chambers of Commerce in order to support women entrepreneurs. What is the main goal? Through cooperation of its members, try to identify those barriers they encounter and find solutions, from fundings to the position of women in business, to the opening of their own businesses, or how to have a new entrepreneurial experience participating in institutions, in corporations. In the last 2 years, we had the opportunity, thanks to the European Parliament, with its 2 directives, one on the gender equality in public institutions, especially gender equality in administrative roles in stock-listed companies, and also for the environment, the atmosphere that needs to characterize those and enterprises, also small and medium, and the same income for men and women, and pay for men and women. So organization of roundtables and panels in order to create contact, to put in contact the political decision makers and business persons. So we are working in order for this approach to be adopted. If we think of the time we are living in, since women population, female population is stronger than the male one, also within the European Union we see that the higher education rate is that of women rather than that of men. So we do need to have a new gender equality. So it's not just a matter of how to reach such numbers, because under 30% in the European Union, in Croatia it's not even 20% the number of women leading large companies. So at present, unfortunately, still today, an industry which is more male-oriented, and women, it's not that they're not brave enough, but they have not, they need to make up their mind to apply for certain positions. And something else that came about after the pandemics is work-life balance. So this is quite an interesting introduction, but let's go back to the beginning. What does a woman need to have to be a future leader? We can have more jobs at once. We can do more than one thing at once. This is something that we all share as women. And this is something that today's leaders need to be able to do. Women are also mediators within their family, but also in their job. We are more sensitive. I mean, we're more open to listening. We're more open to new ideas, to innovation. Probably we can also identify better the changes that are about to come, that are about to happen, and we can manage finances better than our male colleagues, and also the financial results of women-led companies have always been better than one of the men-led companies. So if we put together all these features and we interpret them with the business language, then we can define the future leader. This is the goal of our platform. In order, through these events, like today's event, roundtables, to raise awareness that there are changes. Changes happen. We need to embrace them. We know there are many criteria we need to meet, and these are not just numbers. This is something real. Any administration with a mixed members with two different visions is much better than a single vision administration. This is not a novelty. This is something that already exists and needs to be accepted. Thank you, Marina. In part, you already answered my question. What is the EU intervention of this new regulation? Could you sum up what it is about? in societies that are stock-listed society, companies need to prove how this process is dealt with. We already have countries that already introduced quotas, for example, Scandinavian countries that implemented through legislation. And then there are countries that consider it still as a novelty, and they need through their national legislation to make changes. For example, as for the right of commercial companies, we're doing this in Croatia, and just imposing sanction is not a solution, because sanction does not help. However, some countries did choose this approach rather. So first they notify and then they sanction. They hindered some boards in companies board not to take any decision as long as the gender gap was filled. So the main idea is not just meeting those numbers. I'm referring to the stock-listed companies. They need to include ways of working, policies in their working habits, so that that gender, which is underrepresented, can actually see how to reach certain roles within a company. A large part of Croatian company already adopted this method, and we are trying to put them as best practices in order for them to teach others. And this is the main task before new regulations on commercial companies are introduced. So same pay for the same job. The approach needs to be wider, needs to be comprehensive. We shall not only say that women earn less, unfortunately, because of some stalemates in their career, because they need to take care of children or of the elderly within the family. So we need to include psychology and psychological differences between men and women. Men are quicker when it's time to ask for an increase in their salary rather than women. However, within the European Union, we know that women have a pay gap of pay which is equal to minus 13% against women. Since the European Union we have an aged society, we need to understand that this needs to change. We cannot wait. We need to wait to change it by adopting policies in any company, not only large companies, but also in small and medium enterprises, because they are connected to larger companies. Thank you. You mentioned very interesting things like, for example, men that have no problems in asking increase in their pay rise rather than women. For example, in my region, we do organize training for women wanting to enter into trade union representations. Women are more careful. They need to feel prepared. They need before doing anything. And that's why we organize a training in order to strengthen them. Now we move the focus towards Slovenia, so from Croatia to Slovenia. We have our colleague Simona Kustec. She's a university lecturer dealing with policies in the women's sphere. She's former minister for sports and science and education for the Republic of Slovenia. So she has a very wide and open view at national level. You are also expert in the innovation policies. Women businesses in Italy and within the European Union are the less innovative ones. So, is innovation a domain, a male domain, or is there something we can do about it? Thank you, Luca. Good afternoon, everyone. And then I'm going to speak Slovenian. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me today. I would like to share my idea with you, especially from the point of view of the university, because I'm a lecturer and I'm a researcher at university. I have also quite a few expertise in everyday politics, as I was a minister. And since the pandemic, during the pandemic, I was Minister for Research and School Education, Science and Sports. Going back to your question, entrepreneurship, innovation, if it is a male-ruled world, I do believe, the main principle is that good entrepreneurship is based on a valid idea of business, and good innovators or good innovation lies in a new innovative idea, in an innovative solution to a problem. It's not the principle of entrepreneurship. Innovation is not entrepreneurship principle connected to the gender. Going back to the state of the art, what is the role of women in entrepreneurship and in innovation? I would like to consider three different groups. The first one, culture. What is the approach of women in their lives in a society where that woman is active? This definition would affect the role she will have within the entrepreneurship world and in innovation. We all have the concept of social policy, of family, and therefore the role of women has always been related to the family, to being mothers, to taking care of the family, and only after all the rest. This need to prove of ourselves to be valuable in other male-dominated worlds makes our desire even more intense, and we need to invest more and more. This is the world of culture, this is a relation, this is the view of the role of women in society. The second group is the role of women in its internal business community within its economic sector. seen as women within your own organization, businesses, association, institutions. This today's event, organized by your association, proves this fact. We need to strengthen the role of women in business, and thanks to events also, like today's events. The third group is measures that the government, the international community should take, regions, regional authorities, so should take to support entrepreneurship and innovation in general. The way they help to promote it, or they do not have a very clear approach, or do they hinder this development? What is the attention paid to the role of women as entrepreneurs and innovators? If you consider the geography, there are differences. Many studies prove that many differences are within entrepreneurship and economy according to the different sectors, and needs to be considered when trying to assess the state of the art. I could also mention one recent study made by the Global Enterprise Monitors, a global study with 50 countries of 5 different continents. This study is on the role of women and the relation between men and women, so it is gender-based, and the results are not that bad. Basically, women are very good, not as men, but they are starting to be more competitive from the business idea. Autonomous entrepreneurs are even higher than men, 1.4 women than men open her own business. Numbers are improving, but we still need attention, as Marina said, as for pay and salaries. The same at global level. Today's trend is the following. In less developed countries, the rate of women entrepreneurs is very high. For example, Africa and the Caribbean, they have very good results to this regard. And this is important, that it is a debated subject and needs to be emptied by all biases or negative expression of the way women are suffering or they're poor. No, we need to promote best practices, models, examples, and successful business stories of women. That's the way we shall tell this word of women entrepreneurship world, so that community so that at national, European and international level we can be active and reach results and success in practical terms.
Thank you. Simona, one last question. You showed the 3 levels. Thank you. It was very innovative. What could be the role of women entrepreneurs in innovative processes? So how do they position themselves? Are women in organization like to actually follow what I have said? You can just look in Google search engine for the women in the histories and over the last century, and you will find a list of women entrepreneurs. You will find the stories, and only with a few exceptions you will find a great number of women, but they were not acknowledged in the past compared to the stories of their colleagues, men colleagues. And so the innovation in by women, our principle, our character as women, our values as women are different from those of the first men leaders, and we can use them for innovation. We have that soul, if I can call it like this, innovative soul. Innovations become reasonable and get a deep meaning when they serve the society, they serve the people in a positive way, when the solutions help the people to solve the problems, and when they can guarantee a better life for the future. And this kind of improvement is possible also thanks to the innovative spirit, which is typical of women. We are patient, disciplined, persistent. We are full of empathy. We understand others' needs. We have all we need to develop an idea and make it and have it translated into practice. And if we look at the innovations by women, we led innovations in the social field, helping the communities. Not technical innovations in a strict sense, but innovations that contribute to the society, to the people. And if we look at these figures, these women like Marie Curie in the scientific field or in the education field, this is how it works. In these fields, social fields, community fields, women prevail. For all the reasons that I mentioned. And I think I must conclude my speech now, because relevant things must be said now. I'd like to give the floor to Sonia Putica, President of KRUG, the Croatian Association of Business Women, in charge of female entrepreneurship. Welcome here. Can you explain to us what the KRUG Association does in the Dubrovnik? Thank you, Luca, for the organization of this beautiful conference in Gorizia. First of all, I'd like to congratulate on all of you for organizing this beautiful conference, which will be useful to all of us and necessary to all the citizens here in Gorizia and to all those working so that Gorizia and Nova Gorica can be the European capital of culture in 2025. I think this is a great result and which can improve your lives. As regards the Krug Association of Women Entrepreneurs, I am the chair of this association, and I have been at the chair of the association for 1 year. I gathered new friends. I gathered new experience as a president of this association, and there are so many women entrepreneurs, courageous women in Croatia who do business and who launch new businesses. Our society, unfortunately, does not offer the basic, so necessary support to the enterprises in Dubrovnik, but also in other local communities. So Marina also said this. It is very important to be in the communities, to listen to the voices of the women facing the challenges in the business sector, and also hearing the voice of the women working in the research field at universities, who can give us important inputs on which we can build. How can we get consensus in the society and the institutional sphere in order to have legislation in place supporting women and allowing to get to gender equality? Everything is in place, but the point is, what are we ready to implement at national level, at legislative level? A consensus is needed on that. As the president of an association of businesswomen, I'd like to say our association does not work for its own interests. It is dedicated to promoting women, especially young women. Associations and sharing and be together is fundamental, especially for women entrepreneurs. And these days here in Gorizia, we are not only networking, but we are exchanging our experiences in the entrepreneurial field, and we can be richer in that. And it is needed at the association level to share our experiences in the same way. The visibility of businesswomen in the media. Well, without mass media, seems we cannot live without them. What important is to understand how the journalists deal with the theme. So, are they ready to give the necessary value to the topic? And women can be a role model, can lead the way. We can give an example, and we can role model the society. So we can, as women, involve others. We can help others. We can affirm ourselves in the society, and we can inspire other women to follow this path. The theme of what can we do to promote the creation of new businesses among women. As regards the role models that we have in Croatia, well, I think that throughout Europe we have the same situation. Creative women, there's a lack of creative role models. I mean, based on the statistics, the number of women deciding to set up a new business in the artisanal field or service field, there are women, but women So deciding to set up a business in other fields is lacking, and so we really need a change, and women can lead, can drive change, and from their inputs then the economy can develop in that direction. So in any position that women occupy, then from this a driving force can be created. I address now my men colleagues. We must be capable of involving other women in order to change the society as a whole, and in order to be able to create the right conditions for the women to set up new businesses. Women must think of themselves as leaders and not as a person who thinks always about the others, about the children. This awareness, we must raise an awareness about this. Women should be more creative, more open, and visibility should be given to them. We are now approaching the final part of the panel. Tatiana Collins, our Slovenian colleague, is part of the Association of Female Managers of VAM in Croatia. And I was impressed by the fact that she's a founding member of the Heart Mentoring platform. You know that mentoring is one of the fundamental tools to support the women in their enterprise of setting up a new business. I'd like to ask you, Tatiana, mentoring is one of the keys to accompanying female entrepreneurs, but how does it actually work on your platform? Because we also have such a platform in the Chamber of Commerce, and we can accompany women in a particular way through meetings, education. So how? A very warm greeting to all of you today. I'm really pleased to be here with all of you today. It's a very good thing sometimes to be the last speaker, because the previous speakers maybe have said something that inspired me, and mentoring is a fundamental ingredient for supporting entrepreneurship, not only for women, but in general, in broader terms. And it can support not only entrepreneurship, but also other aspects of life. Through mentoring, the process of company establishment and can be explained and can be understood. The risks can be identified, and so an American billionaire once said that many people do not want to work hard for a couple of years to set up a new business, but they are willing to work for more years for others as employees. We want to change this perspective, and we want to promote entrepreneurship. Our mentoring schemes, various studies prove this, like the Harvard Business Review. They prove that over 80% of entrepreneurs think that thanks to mentor schemes, mistakes could be avoided, mistakes that could have threatened their businesses, and thanks to the mentors, they could take decisions, better entrepreneurial decisions. In female entrepreneurship, the majority of women entrepreneurs confess that they could obtain the results that they obtained they have received from their more experienced women colleagues. So the question is, do we need mentoring schemes or do we not? Yes, we do. In Slovenia we have many mentoring schemes, many mentoring programs, and these together as all these programs, our platform is a reference point. We want to create a community in the field. So we, when doing the mentoring programs, is that we are disconnected and that they are often related to the associations located in various communities that are remotely placed. And that is a problem. And they sometimes focus on just one form of support, or they just refer to the youth or to the women. And this entails division. This entails problems. So we decided to put in place this hub mentoring platform, which is the first open mentoring platform in Slovenia. We founded this platform with one of my students. Our objective is not having one more platform, but having an open platform for the sharing of knowledge and of experiences. Our mentors are aged from 20 to 90. They are women, they are men, and we are open to new relations, new collaborations. Our students, when they are graduated, they go abroad and they find a work abroad. We have online activities in place, not only face-to-face. Our community, our platform is open and embraces everyone. As Simona said, the role of women in innovation is important. We were recognized as a platform today, this year, by the Chamber of Commerce of Slovenia. As Simona said, we are strong in innovation and we have soft skills. We are good observers. We can really understand what is missing in the society, in our world, and from this understanding we can provide the things that are needed. I really like this idea of an open platform, and as a Chamber of Commerce, which would certainly see what you do, and we are ready to be inspired by your initiative. And all the people that are involved in the mentoring activities. So it is important to understand how many people going through the mentoring process then are actually set up a new business. Yes, there are many programs aimed at supporting women entrepreneurs in the private sector, but also at national level, at public level. We know the most recent figures dating a few years ago, at least 1/3 of the female population working is an entrepreneur. And actually, they were supported in this, as Marina said, asked, why is this kind of support fundamental? Yes, my answer is because we support men and women alike in their will to become members of association. And we do that because they can receive answers of any kind. Women entrepreneurs can find support within the association, support from those who have already solutions to overcome the obstacles on the way. Self-awareness, self-esteem can be given to them. Women often underestimate their abilities, their skills, for example. As women, sometimes we are focused on others' lives and we forget our needs. As Marina said, sometimes we struggle, assume an important role. We get stuck. And we might be aware that we might think that the fact maybe we're lacking the skills, maybe I won't be able to do that, I won't be successful. No, we should be inspired by men in this. If they are convinced more than 60% that they can succeed, well, we must be fully convinced that we can succeed. Yes, we can cover that leading role, we can. So these are the elements that the questions, the things that hinder women in their process. So we need to cooperate to create a network among us. Tatiana, Tanya, Simona, Marina, Tiziana, thank you a lot for your speeches. As I said at the beginning, I'd like to remind you that we are coordinated with a group of women entrepreneurs. If you are interested in being in subscribing, we at Eurochambers, all the chambers of commerce of the European Union are represented, and also some chambers of commerce outside the European Union. In our group task force, thanks to the coordination by Tiziana and Marina, we can really gather the best experiences and the best inputs in women entrepreneurship, and we can actually support the chambers of commerce in their initiatives. Thank you. Actually, we will resume the event after lunch.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good afternoon. We can start this second panel. This panel we will deal with the culture of hospitality, which is the main topic of this event, the culture of hospitality. Women leading tourism in the Adriatic-Ionian region. We will listen to the speeches of 5 women who are role models as entrepreneurs in the tourism sector. I feel close to them because I'm in charge of events, of organizing events and giving consultancy in this sector. So I am in charge of the tourism sector, and I'm really pleased to be here as a moderator for this panel. I would like to start with Milena Micic, who is the chairman of the board of the Aquarium of Pula. So we'll start from the Croatian experience. The Aquarium of Pula is the biggest aquarium in Croatia. Milena Micic is the chairman of the Aquarium, managing director of the Aquarium Pula and president of NGO Marine Educational Center of Pula. She has a great experience in marine conservation, ecotoxicology and aquaculture. She has led numerous international projects, and in 2016 she was appointed Entrepreneur of the Year, and in 2022 the Aquarium of Pula was honored with the Golden Kuna Award for being the most successful small business in Croatia. Milena, I'd like to ask you, you brilliantly represent the union between science and tourism, which seem to be distant one from the other. But I ask you, what do you think that is the way to allow science to open up to everyone and become attractive at tourist level, thus attracting and involving a broad audience? Thank you, Christina, for your beautiful presentation and introduction. I'd like to thank you, the organizers, for the kind invitation. It is a great pleasure to be here today to present to you what I've done until today in Pula. I'm a scientist. For 18 years I have been working at a research center for marine conservation. I had the opportunity to launch, to found this aquarium, which is now very big. The relationship between science and entrepreneurship is a close relationship and can be close. So to create a connection between science and entrepreneurship is possible. Aquariums can be research center, educational centers, which can inspire the public, and interactions are possible at the aquarium. There are many ways. The national parks and the nature parks are all ways in which the scientists can share their work with the public. At the beginning of my career, when I visited the United States in 1992, during my master degree course, I saw their experiences, and I thought that their model could be applied in our era too. But our scientists were not so open to the others, and we were a closed circle at the time. I saw in the US they were able to share and convey their activities to the public. They published reports and documents for the public, and I And through this progress, through this technology, we can present our results as scientists. We can act as a role model. Our information of the sea turtles, which were injured. Actually, there are networks to involve tourists and the citizen in our activities. Regarding our activities about saving the turtles, or about the activities in the Mediterranean area for endangered species. So there are people contacting us and helping us understand whether the species, endangered species, their situation in the Adriatic area. So we can make reports and then actually publish the reports in order for the data to be accessible to the public, to the citizens. To overcome the barriers, we can actually be involved in the scientific activities that we conduct. So that was my answer. Have you listened to the translation? We actually dealt with the topic of science and tourism, this relationship. Now we are talking about science in relation with female entrepreneurship. Biases in the past tended to create a division between men's positions and the women's position in the workplace. We are now shifting to a new stand, but there's still this division. What is your experience in this? What do you think the future is regarding youth especially? Oh, historically speaking, the STEM area, in the STEM area in the past, the activities were addressed to men more than women, but being as women entrepreneurs, we have the opportunity to occupy a position in this field. In our aquarium, we employed 50 people and women, so we can make big steps in this. I am a woman, and I can give the opportunity to other women to be empowered, maybe pregnant women, women in charge of biochemistry, marine biology. They can find their position in the workplace. But how can we put them on the same level, on the very same level, men and women? We should focus on education for women, training. I've noticed that you are generally more respected when you earn more money, and then being persistent, passionate about what you do, being attentive to the developments, listen to the needs of other people, make decisions even when decisions are difficult to be made. Understanding what your skills are, what your abilities are. Sometimes as women we tend to be very careful in expressing ourselves. educational system, we can do a lot. And about the expectations, well, women have sometimes different expectations compared to men, which should highlight the mentoring, importance of mentoring, which was not present back then when I started. Once you know where you are headed, it is easier than to follow your path, whether you are a man or a woman. Well, society gives you more tools today than in the past, like mentoring, as I said. Back then, the entrepreneurial system was more developed than other aspects. Actually, as an entrepreneur, you rely on yourself. You can have access to opportunities, but you must really rely on yourself. So, I don't know if I can answer your question properly. Yes, of course, and you touched on points that are crucial, like economic independence, education, and mentoring. So the importance in the entrepreneurial field, the importance of having this support by mentors, so having this help, support by somebody who supports you. And now we are moving to Albania with the Blerina Ago. Blerina is the founder of ActiveAlbania.com. She's an expert in sustainability. She specializes in promoting Western Balkan destinations and fostering economic growth. She's a conservationist, passionate conservationist. She was awarded by the World Rafting Federation with a gold medal for her contribution in the development and improvement in the rafting sector. And she was also acknowledged for her achievements in sustainability. You are an expert in income and tourism in Albania, having a 360-degree view of tourism in your country, Albania. Can you tell us about the evolution that you have noticed in recent years and what has changed with COVID? Good afternoon to all of you. Before starting my speech, I'd like we stand up and have a big applause to the city of Gorizia, which welcomed us with such big love, and an applause to the forum of the Chambers of Commerce, which organized this event. And then thank you, Christina, for you as a moderator. I am pleased to be here, honored to be here among these women entrepreneurs, women who do policies and initiatives to support us. Thank you. It is a big, great honor to be here today. Thank you. After lunch, it is not easy to attract your attention, but I'd like to say, as a pioneer in the development of tourism in Albania, I started 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago. Well, actually, I feel young, but Albania, actually, the news about Albania were quite dark and not really good at the time. You helped us, you welcomed us after a communist era. You helped us a lot, I must say. That's amazing to be there as a young international tourists. To my Italian friends, I said, I am Albanian. And they were silent. They didn't say a word. Now they react in a different way. The Italians say, wow, Albania, I've heard about Albania. I heard about your hospitality, your beaches, your seaside resorts, your flavors, your food. I am proud of this result. But now I am a bit worried too, and I feel I have a high responsibility. As you mentioned before, the data are lacking in Albania, in Europe, in the whole world, especially data regarding gender. And so I'd like to understand whether these 10.1 million tourists which we welcomed in Albania, did they offer better employment opportunities to our women working in the field in Albania? Did they, as tourists, and did tourism itself promote entrepreneurship among women? We do not have any facts about this, so it is very important to measure this and gather data on this, because without data it is very, very hard to improve. And I also noticed that entrepreneurship in tourism, but in Italy it is quite often the case also. Entrepreneurship is still something held in the hands of men, and the owners are very often men. In the rural world and the agritourism sector, there's a gap in the payroll. If you are a man and you work there, for example, in the kitchen, the payroll is 1,500 euros as a minimum. If you work as a chef in Albania, you just live with the 700, 800 euros a month. So I'd like Albania to offer, but I see that I'd like Albania to offer more opportunities for women. So it was really, really important to be here today and try to understand how we can improve the accessibility for women to the funds, to the development of new abilities, technology skills, innovation, sustainability. This should be the future, in my view. Thank you. So very deserved applause. There is a gap here too, I must say. A considerable gap, and we should work on that. And this is linked to the theme of economic independence, which was touched on before. You were awarded for your extraordinary contribution to sustainable tourism. What is sustainable tourism in your view, and what is the feedback you have on this? Thank you for your excellent question. Yes, it's true. I am very much committed in sustainability. Now, we are consuming 1.7 planets. We have just one Earth, just one planet. Only in the month of October, unfortunately, Italy too experienced a lot of serious situations owing to climate change. We've seen that in Spain, Asia, America, Africa. Climate change is real and is posing more and more risks for tourism too, which is very much dependent on nature. And so, as a woman entrepreneur, natural interest arose for sustainability. Not just as a conservationist, but as a person who wants to contribute to the well-being of the communities, of the people who live and welcome tourists. This has become my motivation, my real motivation. We know goal number 5 of the United Nations, we know this, is that of enhancing women's role and achieving gender equality. This is there is a thing that is underestimated. According to international research, more than 20,000 enterprises, according to an international study, big, medium enterprises, in them where women have leading roles in the administration sector as a workforce in the enterprises, women are more prone to sustainability than men. So I think that female entrepreneurship is the right answer to all these climate crises, affecting biodiversity, leading to a lack of traditions and authenticity. So tourism can benefit the communities, can benefit the people and the whole community. Thank you.
The idea of sustainability is something that is inborn with you. I mean, it's something that goes also hand in hand with entrepreneurship, and I hope these views are more and more shared. Let's go back to Italy. Mirella Terraneo della Valle, owner of Castelvecchio Agricola. This is a family company. Mirella is in this company since 1986 and is a holiday farm, is an historical and a cultural project at the same time. It is a wine producing company located in the area of Sagrado. They have organic products and the key concept is sustainability. So Mirella, in your company the term sustainability is a key word, and recently at international level there's an increased awareness about this concept, and apparently young people pay particular attention to it. Recently I was in an event on sustainability, and it said that also Instagram profiles more sustainable entrepreneurs are more followed by young people. What are your thoughts about it? Have you seen any increase in young people approaching sustainable products? Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. I'm always happy to speak about topics that may be helpful to better understand certain topics, such as a topic shared by all projects of the 2021 agenda and the 2030 agenda of the European Union is supporting, and that is trying to implement in order to better define guidelines of life and kind of approach in different sectors in work and life, in order to say that we are finally sustainable as a country, as a Europe, as a Western world. Sustainability is a word, as a term that is limited as compared to the whole idea it entails. sustainability means nothing if not connected with responsibility. Responsibility is essential within sustainability as well as cooperation and training. These concepts are connected with each other because no one can promote sustainability. For sustainability to take place in certain companies, activities, it needs to be trained and created in all people working with that company or that activity. It is an approach which requires time and an ability to size such ideas, such terms that are apparently innovative ideas. Yet, resumed what was the past of our generation that, because of its tradition or lack of alternatives, in order to experiment in other fields, they continued in promoting the ancient idea of sustainability. Today, the young people are approaching sustainability, they are curious about sustainability, yet we don't know how much this idea of sustainability is rooted in them. There are two different approaches. On one hand, the young that before approaching sustainability wants to experiment everything, to experience everything today's world can offer them. So the labor market connected to the internet, new opportunities, labor opportunities connected to internet, artificial intelligence, social media, a world that probably is not perfectly able to make us understand the future outcomes and the limits of this new world that is opening up for the young generation. dynamics. Because we're not just speaking about a plot of land, it is a plot of land that belongs to the whole of our planet. It is a plot of land belonging to a planet which is in the universe. So it's not just a matter of gravitational forces, but also lighting forces coming from the universe. So we have gravitation towards the earth, towards the land, towards the soil, and the opposite, a force driving us up to the sky. Thank you. Certainly, you mentioned awareness, and awareness is needs to be arising in young people, and certainly young people are captive because of the new technologies, the artificial intelligence that are not compatible. I mean, they can all go very often hand in hand with sustainable approaches. Your company promotes holiday fun, tourism, and cultural activity. How could you do all that? This is quite a personal question. To make a long story short, because we only have 3 minutes left, so you will be able to do it on 2 plates, on 2 signs with a QR code. You can download the whole history of the company, of the business. In 1986, we bought what was a plot of land that each family should own, because you never know what the future has. And that plot of land was essential because I have a family with 6 kids, and we needed a plot of land in order to be certain that if we worked the land, the following day we would certainly have food for the whole family. So the idea was to tell our children to fall in love with the land, because it can be a means, not just of earning, but to be certain that the land will always provide as a family means for living. And then after we bought that plot of land, we realized that since 76 after Christ, according to Pliny the Elderly, stating that in those lands very ancient kind of wine was produced in that area. And there, in the castle of Giulia, I would attend that place, which is the one mentioned by Pliny the Elderly. So when we started the restoration works in that plot of land, congratulate to the city of Gorizia and Nova Gorica for being European Capital of Culture in 2025. My city also applied for Budva 2028. Unfortunately, we were not chosen, but hopefully in the next future we will be European Capital of Culture. The faculty was an idea in order to train young people for tourism. It is the most important tourism city in Montenegro. Half of tourism of the economically speaking of the whole country is in Budva. No tourism, no profession can exist without the appropriate training. So we have a number of courses, master degree, and others, and three different trainings for the tourism sector. This faculty was very welcome because Montenegro has always been considered as a great country for hospitality, but we also need to be open to new trends in tourism. And of course, changes need to be taken into account because tourism are more and more demanding, especially for novelties, for innovative elements. The need for training education provides us the ability to think, to find reasons, and the need for learning is for any belongs to any age. I mean, it's a lifelong need. An example of my city, I really enjoyed this morning panel of this very important project, Gorizia 2025. We organized many different concerts. Budva was a city with less than 20,000 inhabitants. Nowadays it's increased. In 2017 we organized a concert by Madonna, which, and at the time this was the smallest city for a concert of Madonna, and it was quite difficult to persuade her to come to Budva. But then afterwards, a number of big and also expensive events led to development of Budva brand. The beach where Madonna held her concert was then nominated as one of the most beautiful beaches in Europe. Prices and the cost of living has increased much more afterwards. Congratulations. You are first of all an entrepreneur. The two activities you carry out, that of entrepreneurship and of training, have those ever crossed each other? Are they connected? Yes, they do every day. I mean, there's continuity between the two activities. The hotel is a family business. These are the old houses with the previous generations of my family lived, and then we transformed them in a beautiful boutique hotel together with my siblings. And I was pushed to have a leading role in these terms, and I had 15-year experience in the public sector, still in tourism, but this passage from the public to the private sector was quite a change in my life, with many opportunities to decide. I think it's very interesting and beautiful betting on the training and education of young people. Let's go back to Croatia with Antonija Radić-Bergan, Deputy Mayor of the City of Makarska and the Director and Co-owner of Experimental Marketing and Tourism Agency. mayor of Makassar. She's combining private sector expertise with local government initiatives to drive key projects. In 2019, she was appointed as one of the most influential figures in the event sector. What is the importance? In your opinion, how important is the event tool in the tourism sector, and how should it be exploited to be a real marketing lever? What is your experience with it? Thank you. I would like to thank you, Christina. I'm proud to be here in this energy, women as the drivers. Apart from that, outside of pay and salaries. As for my activity, yes, we do want to empower women and push them to enter public sector, local, regional and international level, because local policies once enter the public sector from the private sector, because the private sector is the one creating new values, so those moving from the private to the public sector are always welcomed. I've been deputy mayor for 3 years, at 18 years of expertise in my own agency, and I'm really grateful for this entrepreneurship sector. And they often told me that they reminded me that I work in a public sector. There are certain things I cannot do, but yes, as entrepreneurs, we women in the private sector, we deal with our resources, with our families, we create value for our employees. We do have a personal responsibility, whereas in the public sector, such responsibility is probably even higher, because we do manage public resources. So in addition to what my colleagues said, responsibility and sustainability, as well as the creation of new values, is what women entrepreneurs can provide to the sector, together with passion. When starting up your activities, in addition to the ups and downs, is passion, the one that pushes us forward. So I believe that this contributes to raising awareness at a higher level. As for the eventual into the tourism sector, I believe that they are all connected. In Makassar, we created a unique experience, and tourism is a unique experience. At the end of our journey, our travel, we always remember what we experienced by using all our senses rather than the appearance of our hotel room. So the local tools founded on a local culture is what enhanced this experience in order for the tourism to better identify and get closer to the place they visit. In addition, especially after the pandemics, the use of technology is important. Artificial intelligence today as an unprecedented development, somehow it is financed, at least me. On one hand, we have traditional tools, but artificial intelligence is important, but also the responsibility we have to keep the human being at projects you promote aim to enhance not just the place, but a place inhabited by the local people. So you are constantly involved with different users, entrepreneurs and artisans. You create a cultural liveliness, and it is not just visiting a place, it is experiencing a place, it is experiencing the people living in that place. How important is that aspect to enable tourists to enjoy a place? This idea of involving craftsmen and local businessmen and women is important because it tells the story of our area. In Madagascar, our historic center is sort of emptied. I mean, the old city emptied, as many other areas. And we promoted entrepreneurship in order to understand through best practice, in order to understand what needed to be done in order to raise the level of local entrepreneurship. And in Madagascar, in the old city, we opened 15 new business
dragi studionici e studionici.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. My name is Nancy Vanicevic and I come from Split. And it is probably the first time I'm among women entrepreneurs in the economic sense. I would more deal with entrepreneurship in the creation of social capital, which is something different. But as I know women's entrepreneurs here, then I see that we share the same concerns. And introducing these women at this table that will share their experiences with us, it's an honor. Okay. I deal with cultural policies and the definition of ideal tourism according to UNESCO. I think it's something we all share. Tourism as a privileged driver, as a school of tolerance for that enable people with different cultures to better understand cultures and lifestyles. I think we all consider tourism as such. We hope it is as such. So first, training, then culture, and then tourism. For these three sectors, we, you, and these ladies at the table are trying to discuss about. Since we are the last panel, I asked my panelists to answer only one question. We heard a lot about beautiful and positive ideas. All 5 women are excellent women for what they created. First, Maria Ivankovic-Juricic, owner of the fashion atelier. She's a textile design engineer and owner of Maria Handmade Weaving Atelier, which has been running for over 10 years. The second one from Serbia, she creates premises for agriculture of life all over Europe. Good morning. It is a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you for the warm welcome. I come from Serbia. Very soon I found the inspiration for the preservation of all the crafts, especially in the textile sector, in order for it to survive. I wanted to create a product which is adapted to the present time. In our atelier, in addition to preparing clothing with the traditional weaving techniques, we also produce items of interior design. You'll be working with me. I work with many elderly women that taught me the traditional techniques, and I learned a lot. I had the opportunity to learn with them, to learn from each other, to develop this sector for a long time. I worked for Zlatana Aten from a jewel factory in Celia, and then I understood how an old traditional work can be preserved, how we can guarantee a long life. So aesthetic crafts, but we connect it to the marketing, to the web, so we do need to use social media. You will find as Maria handmade, and your interesting question. The first question, how is institutionally supported this kind of activity in my country, in Serbia? As for the institutional support to such activities, small enterprises, I believe that the public sector is not just an institutional support. You need to work together with the non-governmental sector. In Serbia, we have balance in that. As far as my cooperation is concerned, we had 10 years ago, when the Ministry of Agriculture introduced the certification for all crafts, they invited all manufacturers, handmade manufacturers, according to traditional techniques. They invited us to register in a platform of the Ministry of Agriculture, and a committee of experts visits the different realities in order to see the traditional methods used, the way of working, and accordingly to award this certification. This is a positive aspect for our business. In Serbia, there are over 1,000 certified activities, and for over 10 years, which is the right amount. We need to stand out on the market as producer of exclusive products. Therefore, the Association of Women Entrepreneurs in Serbia was acknowledged for the promotion of women's entrepreneurship, especially for textile products, as well as the European Textile Network. I had the opportunity to present our products in Australia. I'm one of the 15 ambassadors of Handmade, thanks to the support of a US association. Thus, I learned how handmade products can be transformed in luxury products, and then offer them to the market appropriately by enhancing handmade and made with love. This is on my side. Thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers who accepted to shorten their speeches. The next panelist is Rita Canarezza from San Marino. She works in culture as well. She's a researcher, artist. She's been working a lot with young people in San Marino, and she organizes the Vienna of Young Artists of Europe and the Mediterranean by combining cultural and artists from San Marino and the surrounding areas. Does video being an artist impacted in your professional life? Thank you. Thank you for what you are doing, because I think it's very important for women, also in San Marino. I have an artist education, but I believe the artist world is a cultural work. So I also have a public function. Here I am not as a representative position as a private citizen. I'm a cultural operator, and I was enriched. This was enriched by my personal interest and my personal artistic choices. I've been dealing with the Biennial of Young Artists of Europe and the Mediterranean. That since 1992 is an actual network that was created established in 1985. I've been dealing with it since 1992, since I was very young. These connect artists, institution, cultural association of the whole Mediterranean area, but also countries such as the United Kingdom and Norway, because they want to resume their contacts they lost by exiting the EU. Recently, we organized this biennial in San Marino, not just by bringing our artists in San Marino. So it was a challenge because for the first time we hosted all the young artists in our small country of San Marino, but it was an example for the way that culture, sustainability, this event that took place in San Marino, the title was School of Waters. We worked on spaces that had not been open to the public, like, for example, water tanks under the government palace that from 1400 to 1960 were the one providing public water supply, because we are on a mountain, so without water. We hosted activities which did not affect the public spaces, but we do still have these works of art that remained in San Marino. Please have a look at the Biennial of Young Artists, because next year it will be hosted by Nova Gorica. So the open call deadline is tomorrow, and any young artist under 34 years of age from any country can apply. I think it is important to speak about networking, for a very small country as San Marino it is vital. Another project I worked on as an artist and cultural operator is Little Constellations, and unites artists and institutions of small countries in Europe, the 9 traditional small countries: Montenegro, Cyprus, Ireland, Monaco, Malta, San Marino, Andorra, and some geocultural micro areas such as Gibraltar, Kaliningrad. And this work took 12 years of travels to map, to meet and interview those areas, to take pictures, and then finally publish in those publications. This is on sale at MoMA Bookshop in New York. Who knows? Maybe we can do some networking here as well, hopefully. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. What I see here is an interaction, a connection among the various areas do anything, we can do nothing, but together we can do a lot. And this is what characterizes your experiences. Jelena Dukanovic now, designer, textile, cultural heritage. She graduated from the Faculty of Applied Arts at the Department of Textiles in Belgrade. She's the author of costumes for the theaters, and she is the author of 15 fashion collections, and she established the Institute for Wool, which was very successful. Please, Elena, can you describe the connection between the industry and education? Thank you. I'm very glad to be here. I will explain to you how I became an entrepreneur. Back in the 80s, I was studying at the Faculty of Applied Arts at the Department of Textiles in Belgrade. We graduated in the number of 5 girls, and then there was a collapse in the industry system. The factories were closed at the time, and we, after graduation, were lost. And then there was this specific moment when we decided to become entrepreneurs. We decided to translate into practice all that we had learned in our training, our studies. I worked as a designer, as an educator, and I can tell you that it was a tremendous period. I was pleased, glad to do that, but was very demanding too. Some people think that there is a romance in that. Yes, I tell them, but when you're in charge of the procurement phase and the warehouse organization and the relationships with the organizers, then it can be very demanding. Now I must say that I am very grateful for that period, and I'm really satisfied. But years ago, I also worked as director of the Niche Museum, and during my task, I discovered the cultural heritage of Montenegro, and I thought to launch a project called All the Colors of Montenegro. The problem of wool waste is not only a regional problem, it affects Europe as a whole. Wool is one of the most noble materials, most perfect materials on the planet, has become a waste. Ecologically speaking, this poses a problem. So with my team of scientists and employees of the Ethnographic Museum in Montenegro, Croatia, Serbia, Italy, in Lecce, Italy, I created this team of experts. We have professors in the team also, and they give their personal contribution, and they also, and some of their students join our group. And what we do is not just giving lectures on the textiles. We do something innovative. We organize workshops which are held in open air, so in nature. Shablek, Donitor, these will be the locations for the next workshops. These places are traditionally active in the production of wool products. So there are specific plants that are grown in Montenegro, tropical plants. And in the dyeing phase, we also use the traditional methods. We have Gina here. Gina is this shows you our dyeing method. We use wool, especially scrap from wool. We do not produce 100 kilograms of wool, not a high quantity of wool. The Ministry for Science in Montenegro and the Chamber of Commerce in Montenegro are our supporters right now. We want to raise awareness in the public about wool and how wool can be a resource, a useful resource, and not waste, just waste. It is a real pleasure to listen to you. I must continue to thank all the speakers for their beautiful way of summarizing great concepts. I'd like to add that in this panel, we lived in countries. I live in Croatia, and I am committed to working on identity building. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we will listen to her experience, how they do that now there. And it's a real pleasure to see how successful the stories can be in the different countries. They are enriching for all of us. Now I give the floor to Matteo Benedetti, stylist and founder of Benedetti Life, which connects two neighboring countries, Slovenia and Italy. She works in both countries and has a lifelong experience. She introduced her vision, the role of society. She's ecologically driven, and she does work in the textile field. She works with waste materials, and she's going to tell us how she works in the luxury fashion industry, and we'd like to listen to her experience in both countries, in Italy and Slovenia. I'd like to explain the concept of the fashion I created, but before this, maybe it would be better to talk about humanity in the world. Before starting my activity, I asked myself, what do we need to live on the planet? Oxygen and water, of course. The global problem is that all we do by being present on the planet is to use these two resources and depleting them, destroying them. Now we breathe. For example, we are breathing, and by doing this, we produce CO2. And the second question was our clothes. If we ask ourselves right now, how sustainable are we wearing? So are our clothes sustainable? I must confess, my clothes are not sustainable either. So when we ask ourselves, what are we wearing? Are our clothes sustainable? Then we understand how much progress we've made towards sustainability. A little. In my sector, sustainability is not developed. Not so much progress have been made. We hear this word sustainability, but we do not really understand its meaning. is not in harmony with nature. We do not give back to nature what it gives to us. Worse than that, we destroy it. That is why I created my brand, which represents all the values that you can find today in the fashion industry. Why fashion? Fashion is one of the three most polluting sectors on the planet. It uses a lot of resources, a lot of transportation. Zebra buys in China, produces clothes and ships them to any country in the world. So the fashion industry is a complex sector which is really hard to be changed. But I must say, our life on Earth, these cannot continue in this way. We're the last generation on Earth, in my view, and we need to change, but to change quickly. More and more people understand what sustainability. Sooner understand what sustainable production is, and that longer will be and the better will be our life on the planet. So if we understand more, I think that the view is not so optimistic about the future. Man has created so many things to improve the planet that we can save the planet. We agree with you. I asked you the question. So Italy is well positioned in the fashion industry, very well positioned. So that's why I work with the artisans in Italy. I live in Slovenia though, and I always create a connection between these two countries and these two words, and I'm really inspired and I learn a lot from Italian businesses. Thank you. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. And now let's give the floor to the last speaker, Meshura Sucic, Director of Empress Ltd, specialized in entrepreneurial projects. You do also work in the clothing industry. You support sustainability and the training about sustainability. Warm welcome, first of all, and come from former Yugoslavia, and I work in a typical female field. I worked in the automotive sector as an engineer too, and then I left, and for 10 years I worked at the United Nations. You have said so many things that I agree with, but I must say, when I worked at the United Nations, and then for a big company, I came always second. I could not really be successful and really break the glass ceiling. So then I had a burnout phase, and I decided I'd be my own boss. David Copperfield will be envious about our tricks and strategies. I've always worked in the female entrepreneurial sector. Textile field seemed to me the good field to work in, but I really had to work hard to have 30 to 50 employees in my company. I felt cut off. So we started on the market. We worked in the lingerie sector. We use virgin wool to prevent inflammation and in the internal organs. When I attended the Faculty of Engineering, 3 women and 100 men, that was the proportion. But now we have 3 men and 100 women in our company. But, so I must say that we supported women, and 3 other companies were created as branches of the main company. I'm really proud of working in the business. The best thing is to leave a positive legacy and to train women that are less educated, maybe coming from rural areas. You can see how happy they are to learn new concepts and to become economically and financially independent. Now I know that we are really concluding our event, but I'd like to say last night I met a great man who had a great role in the life of Mensura. We shouldn't forget man, we should applaud at man's achievements. I was talking about the support by the Ministry of Culture. So the fact of those who work with their hands, make handmade products, must be registered, and about the funds for the support of entrepreneurship and the preservation of the old artisanal traditions. There was a sort of district, a cluster that has been created in Belgrade, a cluster with factories and specific tools, because we know that the costs for production in industrial areas are high, and so the support given to local artisans, craftsmen, and people is important. I think in all countries and cities, this kind of support should be given in order to preserve the traditions of any country and any city. When you come to Belgrade, you are very welcomed, and I really hope that you will appreciate, you will like our reality. I'd like to thank you once again, because this network is really important, especially for us that we come from countries in a phase of transition. This is the only opportunity to meet other entrepreneurs and participate in the shared projects, and we can be stronger then. And thank you, Mensura. In the sector of cultural policies, I'd like to remind that we were talking about the culture of tourism, economy, entrepreneurship, and especially with female entrepreneurship, education, training. Hard to have people working in these sectors and contributing to society. So if education is not supported, from my experience, education and training must be enhanced. I worked in the public administration and in the political world also, and I can say that I'm convinced that education must be supported by politicians and by the institutions. Otherwise, be less opportunities. The initiatives must be supported by the public administration. I really congratulate on the institutions here in Gorizia. You proved that you're able to work together to create synergies. Thank you. I'm sorry. Well, it is the final part now of this event. We are very glad to welcome our Councillor, Ms. Rosolin, Councillor for Employment, Education, Research, University, and Family Policies. Thank you for being here with us, we also have with us the president of the Adriatic-Ionian network, this forum about female entrepreneurship and the culture of hospitality. Gina Sabatini is the president of the Marche region and also of the Union Camere. I asked my colleague back then to have this forum hosted in Gorizia as a preview of the European Capital of Culture, Nova Gorica in Gorizia, which will be launched on the 8th of February next year. We have listened to many speeches, many female entrepreneurs, and a lot of experiences which have been presented, especially the last speaker has said. We were all part of a big country, former Yugoslavia. Now we are divided in 7 countries, but we're here together with our common spirit of creating, making, with a view to sustainability for our children and grandchildren. This is a nice way, a very good way of being entrepreneurs. We listen to their experiences. Today we have talked about sustainability, women, training, education, determination, balance, resilience. We listen to very, very relevant experiences. We hope that we were able to give to the local entrepreneurs the will of the enthusiasm for making, for doing. I'd like now to give the floor to Mr. Sabatini. Thank you, Mr. Paoletti. Thank you, Councillor, for your presence here, which is very important for the whole entrepreneurial world in the Adriatic-Ionian region. For those who do not know the forum, our forum is made up of the chambers of commerce of the Adriatic-Ionian region, 39 chambers of commerce of 9 countries, founded in 2001. Within our forum, we see Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, Albania, Montenegro, and Greece. They're all part of our network. The Italian Chamber of San Marino is part of it, and also the Chambers of Commerce of the Adriatic-Ionian region are part of the network. This is the 14th edition of the forum about female entrepreneurship, a very important forum within our area. So the last editions were held in the Balkan area from Montenegro to Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. We wanted to have this edition here in Italy, back in Italy, and we wanted to present, to have this forum at the start of Go 2025 initiative, and together with Mr. Paoletti, we thought to propose to the board this. A few figures, around 4 million enterprises are part of this network. The system of the chambers of commerce is different from one country to another. Their models are different. The institutional models are different. This network accounts for 4 million enterprises which are relevant, and the female entrepreneurship is at the core of our network. I see that you're also in charge of the Department for Research and University. We are now working on a project with that Ministry of Interior entrusted to us. Michele is our Secretary General. And this project promotes the exchange of the people, between the people in our countries, and the enterprises in the different countries host events for these people. We organized this, and it was hard work, but we have positive figures from this project, and there is a big actually relations and a big exchange going on among the countries. So the Adriatic region in the global framework plays a fundamental role, and we must be able to affirm our features, our characteristics, our identity, and to leave a sign. And at European level, Ms. Pompei, the Deputy President of Union Camera, is now here today with us. We also worked on projects with her, and I would like to thank you again. Thank you, Gino. You have the floor, Alessia, now. Thank you, Mr. Paolietti, for your kind invitation, and I thank you for the opportunity you're giving me to conclude this event. The debate, I'm sure, was structured. I've heard some of this debate, and I've seen that it is very wide. The debate was very broad, touched the role of Italy and Europe, and within our territory, what they do, and especially the role of the leaders in the various sectors, and the ability of the leaders to translate the ideas into practice, daily practice. This is not just about creating new leaders, but we want to focus on the fruits of all the investments in the research field, university field, so all the fruits that can be had. And about internationalization and with the Central Eastern Europe. Over the last month, in October, the Big Science Business Forum, which is the biggest place for the presentation of technologies. So it's a gathering of people showing the best practices and the research results, and all the knowledge and the new technology results are presented. And not only the results coming from the region of Friuli, Venezia, Giulia, but also the results coming from the Central European countries. And we Central Europe was represented in Trieste in the forum. I'm really convinced that since the Marco Polo era, the commercial relations must be characterized by culture, by the cultural aspect also. And what I've heard today is that commercial relations, trade relations are important, but the common thread must be the role that Europe and Italy, Europe together with Italy can play. Europe and Italy are developing the concept of creativity, especially. I'd like to tell you some things that the region Friuli-Venezia Giulia is doing in these sector. The regional administration, together with the various local administrations, invested and is investing a lot in the in some aspects. There are technical, professional chains where creativity and the dissemination of knowledge and tourism are fundamental, together with the excellencies of our territory. Mechatronics, the manufacturing industry, shipbuilding industry, logistics, the role of the Mediterranean, Adriatic within the Mediterranean area, so the upper part of the Mediterranean, so within the geopolitical situation. So we are developing a specific chain of excellences, working with the secondary level schools. So high school, but also professional schools, especially one school in particular. I won't name it, but in the former province of Udine, there is a special a school which based its success on this, especially, and then we developed training projects. Training projects in the various professions, in various fields that can promote our territory. And then University Gorizia is actually the place where the dams is located and where relations were created, public relations were born here, and a vision was created for public relations in Gorizia. Seems so distant in time, but today you proved that there's a common thread in all these actions. We were able to build a cluster for creativity in our region, financed by regional funds, a cluster of culture and creativity, in order to create a specialization in tourism. Mr. Bini was here and was telling us about knowledge, the importance of knowledge, and about the territory, and about the importance of giving visibility to our territory. ITS is one of the examples of how the ITS Fashion Museum is an example of how the female entrepreneurship can become popular, can be visible in the territory, and can act as a driving force for other actions. The Friuli-Venezia Giulia funded this initiative. The museum, not only that, it also financed the education policies on the theme of fashion and creativity. And RTS was also entrusted with the task of conducting these courses. So the women entering the labor market. Well, the objectives of increasing employment of women, among women, the numbers in the past were not considered, but the Friuli-Venezia Giulia region invested in this over the last years. We achieved such a high percentage of women employment, and we are convinced we should increase these figures. We are experiencing a very positive phase in the production area, manufacturing area. I'm very happy because a lot of obstacles and themes relating to the acquisition of knowledge was overcome finally. The theme of reconciling the various aspects of life, which is not concerned with the women, but the whole society. Well, we were able the funds for self-entrepreneurship, which was dealt with Mr. Bini. A lot of these initiatives, which were financed in 19, well, we started at the time the CC project. The figures are impressive in this area, and there's a female representation which is very high in the field. CC is now called Nuova Impresa. It addresses men and women alike, but it especially focuses on female entrepreneurship. The result could be, the advantage could be to accompany the people for a new kind of entrepreneurial world, but also to have new type of freelancing activity which the region supports, new attention to the freelancers, and we support people with disabilities too. It is never enough. These actions are never enough. We should create a whole system of funding, of incentives in order to develop the actions evenly. We should really have a cluster of initiatives. And also, well, a society, well, we live now in a time of industrial revolution, which is the fastest ever. Every time I talk about the theme, I really am faced with this. If we fail to understand that the process is very fast, and the public administration, public bodies, private bodies too, we should all understand the social fabric and the social context in which we live as a whole, not only in economical terms, but in social terms. We are faced with the tourism sector, which has changed a lot. You live this every day. You all see that in your own little world. We see that knowledge has changed. We really need to understand that all the modalities that were used up to now must be changed. New words, but especially new tools must be used. that really excellent tools. If we fail to understand this, we will be left behind. Be left behind in the context of AI, technology, digital transition, and all the themes that are so relevant today. Training, education in relation to these themes must be accurate and is really needed. We should anticipate the future, and we should change the methods right now, otherwise it will be too late. About the digitalization, high specialized digitalization, the Friuli Venezia Giulia is investing specifically on that, specifically addressing the girls, the students, and the female entrepreneurs with the specific courses addressed to them. I'd like to confirm what has been just said during the last debate. Training, education, university research, and dissemination of knowledge, and generational transition, the way we want to act on this. So this is crucial right now. Employment, entrepreneurship. So these are keywords, and they will be fundamental and affect our future actions. So I'd like to thank you again. Thank you, Alessia, for your important contribution and for the actions that you are doing. I'd like to thank all of you, the Secretary General, the Director Patrizia Malfatto, our Deputy Secretary Tiziana Pompei, the whole staff, the Secretary General, and your staff too. And above all, I'd like to thank you, female entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs who traveled by car, plane, train, coming from remote places in our Adriatic-Ionian region. A heartfelt thank you. Tonight, we will delight you with a beautiful dinner at Villa Rusitz. I will be present there, and I will explain to you what we're doing there and why we have chosen that location for our dinner. So we will meet later at 7:30.
L'orario è alle 19?
At 7, not past 7, but 7 meeting. Your transfer leaves at 7. If you want to work, you start working now. And the tour visit of the city is from 5.